네, 좋습니다. 어? But good morning. I understand that the session downstairs is still ongoing. We will make a decision in the next few minutes whether we start or wait for that to conclude. So bear with me. Thank you. I think. So, yes. Macchiato. Everyone, apologies for the slight delay. As I mentioned, there is another event in the main plenary that should conclude in the next 5 to 10 minutes, so we may have some additional attendees. My name is Jason Slater. I am the Chief Digital and Innovation Officer for UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and it's an absolute honor to be here today and have the opportunity to moderate with such esteemed guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our session on innovative solutions for agro-business development, focusing on the coffee value chain. I hope you enjoyed your morning coffee here in Ethiopia. I certainly did. I think I've had 2 or 3 already. Here we are with the origin of the Arabica bean, and here with a major global coffee producer. I understand this is the 5th largest coffee producer globally, Ethiopia. And we are here in Addis to discuss making a world without hunger possible. Achieving this requires innovation and impactful solutions. So before we go into the specific session on coffee, I would like to use this opportunity to introduce you to the UNIDO Solutions Platform, the USP, which connects partners to scale solutions towards the Sustainable Development Goals. With this, I would like to show you a very short video for a couple of minutes, if we may.
Throughout history, each era has faced global challenges, driving innovation step by step. From mechanization and steam power, through mass production, electricity and computers, to digitalization, robotics, and artificial intelligence, every revolution has transformed industries and societies, pushing the boundaries of what is possible. With UNIDO's unique mandate, we shape sustainable, economic, and industrial development, and believe that a world without hunger is possible. We support climate action at scale and sustainable supply chains to ensure that no one is left behind.
Where every voice is heard and every future is secured.
Where ending hunger and combating climate change is a must.
Where we bridge digital and data divides.
Where sustainable industrialization is the standard, not the exception.
Where we build sustainable solutions together.
It's time to switch our focus from problems towards sustainable solutions, enabling progress by innovation. Today we are presenting the UNIDO Solutions Platform, shifting the narrative from problems to solutions. It is a place where governments, businesses, youth, and academia come together to collaborate, showcase, and jointly realize scalable solutions for sustainable industrialization. It's a place where we build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation to make SDGs a present reality. Solutions do indeed exist. We just need to get up, get together, and act to make them a reality.
Platform in September, which was on the sidelines of the Summit of the Future during the United Nations General Assembly. It was particularly important because at the same time, member states came together and with the adoption of the Pact for the Future and also the Global Digital Compact, which sets the global framework, if you like, for what we're going to discuss in more detail today, which is where we started to develop what we call a lighthouse solution by building up a consortium of partners. And this is about how can we look to use digital solutions to transform the coffee industry. And here we are 1 month later, we are witnessing already the power of multi-stakeholder collaboration, transitioning from co-developing solutions to preparing for implementation here in Ethiopia. This aligns with the recent G7 endorsements of the Global Coffee Sustainability and Resilience Fund, which secures funding and encourages innovative approaches for sustainable and economic growth. So we're here in Addis to discuss making a world without hunger and explore these solutions. And with this, I would like now to introduce our esteemed speakers for the opening remarks. I would like first of all to welcome to the stage His Excellency, the Ambassador Agostino Palese from the Embassy of Italy. Please, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Now, let me say that I'm an expert of coffee because I drink 10 coffee per day. If the quality is not good, I risk to get nervous and my colleague is going to pay, for this. So, no, apart from this, esteemed guests, good morning. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this important event on a crucial issues for Italy. First of all, I would like to thank UNIDO, African Union, the government of Ethiopia, and the FAO, all key partners of Italy with whom we are carrying out many important initiatives and with whom Italy has a strong and concrete collaboration, particularly on the coffee sector. It is a privilege to be here today to talk about coffee, a sector that is vital to the economies of many countries, particularly in Africa. Coffee is not a simple commodity, and we must handle it is a unique product with immense sustainable income potential. Today, the coffee sector is facing major challenges, including climate change, market volatility, an aging population of farm and coffee plantation, a lack of innovation in farming techniques, and structural issues within local value chain, to name just a few. There is a risk that coffee production at the global level will be seriously endangered, with negative economic and social consequences for producing and consuming in countries, especially the weakest players in the production chain. It is especially true in the African continent, where coffee is the source of income for millions, but where more than 5 million farmers still live below the poverty line. Action is needed on the value chain, which today sees small farmers receiving very little economic return, even with high prices on the international market. A joint effort is needed to reverse this trend, supporting the increase in the added value of production at the local level. On coffee, Italy has developed a broad strategy based on the experience achieved by the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation in many producing countries in partnership with Italian leading private companies. It is precisely in Ethiopia, the main producer of Arabica quality in Africa, that represents a pillar of the collaboration with Italy in the coffee sector, where over the years a supply chain approach from the plant to the cup has been progressively developed, with particular attention to the involvement of small producers, the introduction of resilient varieties, the adoption of sustainable agronomic practice, and the quantitative and qualitative increase of production. The crown jewel of this project is the Coffee Training Center in Addis Ababa, a regional level excellence for supply chain staff training, laboratory analysis, and product marketing. Building upon this experience, the Italian corporation is currently developing two main initiatives on coffee. Firstly, we are working in partnership with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization on a continent-wide initiative to support producing countries in Africa within the framework of the Mattei Plan. The goal is to accelerate the transition of coffee supply chain on the continent towards greater resilience, circularity, equity, and efficiency. Our approach focuses on fostering strong alliance between public and private sector. Secondly, under the Italian G7 presidency, coffee was included at the top of the global development agenda, highlighting its critical role. In the G7 context, Italy proposed the establishment of a global private-public fund that can be fed by public and private sector for projects aimed at strengthening the coffee supply chain and making it more climate resilient, bringing economy social benefit to small producers, especially in vulnerable countries. To conclude, the global nature of the coffee value chain imposes a multi-stakeholder approach. No single government or company can address the sector challenges alone. Italy has ensured its leadership in convening governments, international organizations, and private sector actors as a testament to the importance of collaboration in achieving lasting solutions. The initiative that we are leading as the Global Coffee Fund will not only help coffee producing countries in building climate resilience, but also create a new opportunity for research, value addition, and sustainable economic growth. Together, we can ensure that coffee remains a strategic asset for generations to come, ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you all.
Thank you. And you can enjoy number 11 coffee of the day. Okay, no, thank you very much. And now we turn to our next guest, Dr. Adugna, from the Director General of the Ethiopian Coffee and Tea Authority. And especially a big thank you after you had us in your premises yesterday. Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. እንደምን አደራችሁ? His Excellency Ambassador Agostino Palesi, the Italian Ambassador to Ethiopia, distinguished guests, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's with immense pleasure and pride that I welcome you all to this very important eye-opening event. As we are gathering here in the heart of Ethiopia, the birthplace of Arabica coffee, we're not merely celebrating a beverage, we're also honoring a legacy, a tradition that has woven itself into the fabrics of our culture and history. Ethiopia, often referred to as the birthplace of coffee, holds a unique place in the global coffee industry. For centuries, Ethiopia has cultivated and nurtured some of the world's finest coffee, which have captivated people's palates and enriched the countless lives. Coffee plays an important role in Ethiopia's economy, accounting for about 5% of the GDP and from 35 to 40% of our foreign exchange earnings. On an individual base, the income of 25% of our population in Ethiopia is directly or indirectly depends on the production and the marketing of this cash crop. Over 90% of the total coffee volume is produced by more than 5.2 million smallholder farmers, farming on an average of 0.5 hectares of land. It's not to mean that Ethiopia's coffee production is without any problem. Most of the coffee that we export to the international markets, and the largest proportions, of course, are of suboptimal in quality. The establishment of the Coffee Training Center, already mentioned by His Excellency Ambassador, added a considerable opportunity to improve the Ethiopian coffee value chain and the quality, particularly in the post-harvest and processing phase of the value chain. The other problem that we have in the coffee production system is the majority, more than 70% of our coffee industry produced by these smallholder farmers remains highly unproductive, within aging trees, bearing lower yields, and are prone to disease, causing a threat to the livelihoods of the farmer and the economy in general. This puts our coffee producers in a vicious circle of low income, low productivity, and puts them to live below below the poverty line. The aging coffee trees and the productivity challenge, they call for investment in innovation and technology. The most direct solution to tackle these problems consisting of either stamping of the old trees or replanting and replacing with high-yielding new varieties. The poverty of small coffee growers is not the only threat to coffee production. The rising in temperature, the decline in rainfall, and an increasing in resilient pests and plant disease all endanger the coffee sector in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is an Arabica coffee producing country, a cash crop that is a variety that is particularly vulnerable and quite sensitive to changing climates and changing rainfall patterns. Particularly, the coffee that's produced in lower elevations are expected to continue to worsen, threatening small coffee growers' ability to feed and care their families. Unless action is taken, it is already predicted that Ethiopia's coffee growing areas could decline by as much as 60% in the coming 20 to 30 years because of this changing climate condition. This calls for the introduction and innovation of technologies to facilitate the shift to a climate positive coffee production system. Coffee production and its entire value chain should pursue not only increase productivity and ensure livelihoods, but also resilience and innovative to climate action. Therefore, strategic support is quite necessary beyond higher yields. Enhanced qualities, improvement in market access, the establishment of financial mechanisms, and investing in social conditions are of very important. The application of digital technologies are also essential to improve efficiencies of all the stakeholders along the value chain. This accelerates innovation, improve efficiencies, and increase transparency, and thereby ignite growth in the production, productivity, and the quality of the coffee that we produce. This therefore also call for supporting coffee farmers in digitalizing and development of technologies in Ethiopian coffee sector beyond EUDR. In this panel discussion, I hope the immense potential that coffee holds for the world would be reflected with. And the discussion is an opportunity not only to showcase the problems, but also indicate the plausible solution to explore the untapped potential that exists within our country. Ethiopia, as a coffee producing country, is committed to see a more profitable and sustainable coffee industry that benefits everyone from the smallholder coffee growers who works the field to the processors, exporters, and the retailers along the value chain. Let's make use of this opportunity to work together and benefit the groups in the value chain. I extend my gratitude to UNIDO for organizing the remarkable event and grateful that you could choose Ethiopia to host this program. Thank you very much indeed and wish you a very good deliverable.
Thank you, Dr. Doon. Thank you. So, last but not least, from our welcoming remarks, I'd like to introduce Mr. Dieter Overath, the Senior Advisor at UNIDO and the former CEO of Fair Trade, over 30 years experience working in fair trade. Please come to the stage.
Hello, morning all, and what a pleasure to speak about coffee after a speech of Ethiopian coffee, the origin of coffee, and Italy as, let's say, the master of processing coffee, and there could be no better combination to start the UNIDO project. So I really welcome that, and let's talk about coffee. If it's not only in Germany, if you say, let's meet for a coffee, in other words, let's have a communication together. And that is hopefully the passion and the spirit also for the session of today that we speak about. And of course, the challenges have been mentioned, climate change, income situation, and regulation. And let's start with the last point, EU deforestation and other regulations. Let's not to complain too much about. We cannot avoid it. It's a matter of fact. And let's take the advantage out of it. And the digitalization project of UNIDO is exactly supportive in this case because it brings transparency in to the first mile. And that is something that these kind of knowledge we also should use. And of course, later we will discuss about data ownership and all the difficult questions around. But for me, with my experience in fair trade, and also for fair trade coffee was the DNA, it's all about empowerment of producers. And that is something, if a coffee cooperative is empowered, for me, it's a professional entrepreneurship, and we should not always see it as a romanticism of small farmers. It's a business, and the cooperative is a company. And if the company is well equipped, it can go further. And I just take one example. Sorry for my Ethiopian friends that I take an example of Rwanda. This is coffee called Angelique Finest. It's from a women's cooperative in Rwanda, and it's roasted and processed in Rwanda. And nowadays in Germany, it got a sustainable prize. It's an excellent PR project, and that is something where you also got as present the Ethiopian coffee at the reception. And I hope that in the next step, when with the whole project, the cooperatives are more professional, that we can take out more out of the value chain. We did as fair trade a research among young people. And the question was simply, what are your dreams for the future? For me, for example, when I was young, I tried to do the same as my father. My father was postman and I was a postman. But I could study, so I could reach another level. But when you ask the children of coffee farmers, it's not their first dream to pick us the beans for some dollars a day, simply. And that is something where the improvement and the processing and coming to a higher professional level of the cooperatives allows them to work in other fields, to have to do marketing jobs and to do other things. And that is, for me, a survival question of the coffee, that more or different jobs and hopefully better paid, because $2 or $3 a day is, you can survive, but you cannot go the next step. And that is something coming back to the UNIDO project, when it leads to more transparency, when it leads to a higher professional performance of the cooperative, then you are a counterpart. In this case, Lavazza and Eli are the counterparts. So really brilliant combination. And we should not see it as a power play, who has most of the power, the roaster or the farmer. We should see it as a joint venture. And a joint venture only can work when there's a balance of power and knowledge. And this often refers to the knowledge of digitalization. And that is something why I'm like this project and why I'm standing here to give this opening remarks. At the end, it's about the future. And that is something where hopefully within this discussion, we can more going into detail and not getting lost in problems. And for me, as a last word, when it gets too complicated, I use a sentence of a poem of Canada. There's a crack in everything. That is how the light comes in. And this hopefully is the spirit for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our esteemed speakers. We're going to switch gears now and moving to the panel discussion. which is going to explore innovative and digital solutions to some of the challenges that are being faced. The panel is Brewing a Common Sustainable Future, Solutions for Sustainable Value Chains in the Coffee Industry. It's going to be moderated by Bernhard Berger, the digital transformation strategy expert from my team. And I'll let you take the floor and introduce the panelists. So if we can, we will all move down and on the stage.
Yes, let's give it up for the opening speakers. Okay, so this panel, Jason already introduced me. I'm part of his team, part of the division of digitalization and innovation at UNIDO. My role is a digital transformation strategy expert. But as you will see as part of this panel, and also what we came to present and discuss today, might not be entirely what you expect and know to be UN typical. For the most part of my career of the last 10 years, roughly, I've been an entrepreneur myself in the technology domain. And as an entrepreneur, as a business person, you know, it's mostly about doing, right? Getting things done. Now we're at the conference where it's about talking, listening, getting inspiration. But when we were asked, Jason and I, to put this session together with our colleagues from the agro coffee domain, we said, yes, let's talk, let's inspire, let's share, but also let's not waste this opportunity to get things done. Let's really sit down, and that is what we will be discussing, and these team speakers and panelists will have here in a moment with us. We'll be bringing back to you what has been discussed and worked on in a 3-hour workshop yesterday, hosted kindly by the Ethiopian Coffee and Tea Authority, Dr. Adugna. And what has been developed already multiple months beforehand. So this solution, this consortium, UNIDO, the International Coffee Organization, Ili Lavazza as our coffee thought partners, and Google and NGIS, who will also be presented here today as our technology partners, have prepared this solution, so to say. Yesterday was a 3-hour deep dive with the Ethiopian government representatives and many more. Again, we'll get into that in a moment. But to get a bit of that spirit across, we wanted to also show you a brief video how yesterday went. Let's reserve the applause for the panelists in a moment, who again got the actual work done. And before we get them on stage, I want to address one thing directly. It's also been already remarked in the business breakfast. We I think succeeded in one thing and failed in another thing for the panel. We did fail, and being part of the UN right now, I want to call it out directly, to have a really gender balanced panel. So we'll have 5 panelists. One, fortunately, who represents also the second part or first part, if you will, the female part of the population. However, what we did succeed in, and I thought just earlier today that might be an interesting perspective to introduce as well, our panelists, is we really have a truly globally representative panel here. We have representatives from Ethiopia, Africa's leading coffee nation, the origin of the coffee, if you will, from the African entire perspective as a major coffee producing region, as well from Latin America as the leading in volume coffee producing region around the world, from Italy as the inventors of not only the espresso, but as Dieter mentioned, the ones that perfected the processing of it. And last but not least, from the US/Australia, with Bobby, we have an American with us representing the largest coffee consuming country in the world, and also working for an Australian company, just because otherwise we would have missed another continent. Having said that, let me introduce the panelists. First of all, we are very, very pleased to have Ambassador Ortega with us, the Secretary General of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. Let's give him a round of applause. Second, with Mr. Abdallah Bagersh, General Manager of SA Bagersh, we have a representative of the Ethiopian private sector industry, a major exporter. Give it up. Third, with Bobby Pinter, we have a representative of the technology industry. He works at NGIS. He's the general manager for North America there, very close partner of Google, and together they've developed the technology part of that solution that we'll be discussing. With Miguel Zamora from the Coffee Public-Private Task Force Coordinator of the International Coffee Organization. We're also taking it up a level from Ethiopia and Africa towards the global perspective. So a quick round of applause. And last but not least, with Chiara Scaracci, Unido's agro value chain expert focusing on coffee, we also have Unido's perspective represented. So for this panel, we said let's start with the specific. Let's start small and go broad. Small, relatively speaking, given that we will be starting with Ethiopia as a whole, with I think more than 120 million a population of that size. Can't really be talking about small, but given that we will be talking about the global phenomenon of what is the coffee industry, we said let's start there. So, Abdallah, if I may start with you briefly. We've discussed, and part of this initiative and this solution is addressing the need that the EUDR, the European Union's deforestation regulation, that is in discussions in some time and will soon, by the end of next year, come into effect. As one of the challenges that the coffee industry faces, international, increasingly complex regulation, climate change, many others, but that, so to say, as being the one that really introduces this urgency behind its solution. Could you share some of the challenges that arrive from such regulations for the Ethiopian coffee industry? Thank you very much. A quick press of the button when it's green. It should work at the middle of it, or maybe we just pass on. I think there.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be part of this discussion. I think it was extremely challenging for us this year in terms of the stress that was created because of this new regulation, which we could not figure out very quickly and understand very quickly. The principle of the regulation, I think no one at all in the industry will argue with, that it has a long-term value and benefit for the world and for our producers. But the background of how it came in and when it came in was, I think, the bit of the challenge. We had just gone through, let's say, the COVID economy, and then right after that, an extremely volatile world market in coffee because of the production issues the last 3-4 years. And then at the same time, we had local issues with the war that went in Ethiopia and the ensuing inflation that occurred from that. And then at the end, beginning of this year, we had the issues with the Red Sea and the blockage and flow of the blockage of the logistical flow. So this was already in our minds and issues that we are trying to deal with. And as the issue of EUDR and these new regulations, which we all had to wrap our heads around very quickly, you can imagine it was stress on top of stress. So this was a bit of the background. And as we looked at the situation, we all tried to rally and understand what EUDR meant. And of course, the first thing we did was we tried to talk to our buyers because they were mostly in Europe, or a lot of them in Europe. And what we realized was there was also a lack of understanding there and a lack of clarity on the regulation. The two immediate problems that we faced with this situation before even dealing with the solutions was the fact that our buyers, the moment the regulation, the beginning of the year came in or was being talked about, our buyers stopped buying because they immediately realized there was a stress, there was an issue with coffees coming in that were not compliant, that they would be penalized on according to the regulation. And so that was once that was passed, then as we came in this year and before the the extension of the EUDR implementation. We also got another stress of the last 3-4 months where the buyers stopped buying until clarity came. So I think more than the technical issues of dealing with the problem was the lack of clarity of how and when and how we would deal with it.
Yeah, and I think that's such an important point to make, right? Because we're looking at and EUDR as one example of international, fairly complex and maybe also to a certain degree unclear regulation um, that is well intended and has a long-term, hopefully very good positive impact. But recognizing also the opening remarks of Dr. Adugna and the importance of the coffee industry for Ethiopia, if international buyers just stop buying, that is not just an economic issue, but that affects the ability to create an income for families. So it's a major complication, a major issue. Bobby, if we shift slightly, but in a connected manner from the regulatory dimension to opportunities that digital technologies such as geospatial, satellite imagery, artificial intelligence can have for that. What are opportunities that you see? How both from an Ethiopian or from global perspective, such solutions can play in supporting regulations such as EUDR?
Yeah, thank you for the question and honored to be here. I think I appreciated the way that you kind of started this panel discussing around specificity, because as my work as a technologist, primarily focusing on geospatial technology, specificity is really what we focus on doing. When I think about the opportunities resulting from EUDR and some of these traceability regulations, it's getting a very specific understanding of where coffee is grown. Now, when I say where coffee is grown, obviously, in a place like Ethiopia, that is a broad extent, right? Given the amazing suitability of coffee within Ethiopia. But the specificity that I mentioned is actually more from a business view, because it's one thing to know that climate change is going to affect coffee, and it's something very different to know exactly whom will be affected. One of the things that we're learning as a result of geospatial technology is that the impact on climate will not look exactly the same for you and your neighbor. As the climate models from those climate scientists becomes more specific, we may be able to know how your farm may be impacted differently from your neighbor, from the rest of your co-op, from others around you. And it's the specificity of this information that makes it easier to take action. So when we start to understand at a very specific view, not only where these farms are, but in fact how they will be impacted, the work of those as technologists, as solution providers, as corporates, and certainly those who are trying to build a business, to the point that Dieter made earlier, that work becomes much more specific when they begin to know, we are most concerned about a change, in our farms related to water or to temperature or to heat stress or to disease susceptibility. These kinds of questions all hinge on the very specific nature of the changes to climate down to even the kilometer by kilometer level. So I think that's what we kind of imagine for ourselves here in supporting, certainly from a technologist point of view, those, Google and NGIS together is saying, as the world is collecting more of this satellite imagery, and there are more satellites in space than there ever were before, and these new sensors, how do we use that information to understand what will happen on the ground? But then very specifically, how do we inform farmers around the realities of what this change will be? And again, to do so with as much specificity as possible, so those who really understand the land can take in this insight and hopefully make something more productive out of that information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And on the how we go about it, and again, I've spent most of my time in the technology industry, but I've always liked to consider myself more of an innovator and a social innovator, leveraging digital technologies for a purpose, for a social impact. And maybe Ambassador Ortega, if we sort of say now take a step beyond the technology, because I think we all collectively recognize digital technology and technology plays a major role, but it's not the answer to everything. There are things that need to enable that and need to go hand in hand, whether that's policy, regulation, capability building. So from your perspective, from an sort of say African perspective, what are some of these key solutions, key innovation besides the technology part that you see that work, whether in Ethiopia and other places, whether that is specific to EUDR or in a broader sense?
Thank you very much. Yeah, the issue of technology is very important, but for any technology to be fulfilled or implemented, political commitment, political support is, I would say, it's imperative. And we're very happy that we're in Ethiopia. We all listened to the message from the Prime Minister of Ethiopia yesterday about the initiatives that they have undertaken in sort of transforming the agricultural sector in this country. So what we're doing at IACO as an intergovernmental organization is the transformation of the African coffee sector is anchored on 4 strategic objectives. The first one is the role of political advocacy. You need to get the political buy-in right from the executive, legislature, all the way down. You saw the commitment from the Ethiopian side yesterday, the fact that the Prime Minister attended that event. The first words that came out of his mouth, Ethiopia, this is the origin of coffee. So there is an understanding right from the top about the important role the sector plays. So they're willing to give it all the support it needs, whether it's new technologies to address issues of productivity, whether it's new technologies to address issues of digitalization in terms of marketing the coffee, either via the digital platforms, whether it's issues of financial technology, getting farmers to be paid via, some of these mobile devices. So what we're doing is we're looking at that advocacy role, getting the political leadership to buy into the new technologies. When you look at the challenges of productivity, of market access, of lack of finance, there's always that support at the macro level. So we have to align all the policies right from the top. The second aspect is the issue of research and development. The issue of research has not been given enough attention. There's need to invest from the government side on research and development. In many private companies, you find a lot of their income is spent on investing in research. Governments now need to put attention to it. So what we're doing in IACO, we're working very closely with some of the coffee research institutes in looking at issues of circular economy, like different alternative uses of coffee, not only as a beverage, but also in the cosmetic and pharmaceutical industry. So we need to look into getting government research institutes to look into that side for the productivity to go up. Then, of course, the role of the private sector is critical. We are also working with the private sector. We've formed an association called the Africa Coffee Fine Association, which is working closely with IACO. We've created a platform. This year actually in Feb, we were here in Addis, where we created an African Coffee Week, where you bring in the government, the private sector to talk to each other. So we have to create a platform, a dialogue between the public and the private sector for these innovations to be, realized. We are also looking at the issue of domestic consumption because through this partnership, we're opening up, investing in capacity building, like training centers. I would implore people to visit the Ethiopian Training Center here in Addis, very good concept, in partnership with UNIDO, ILI. I think these are some initiatives that can help in getting the, innovation solutions to address some of the problems. What the training centers are doing, an example is they're creating a lot of jobs for some of the baristas. Part of our Africa Coffee Week, we've come up with a youth barista championship, where we get these young people to learn how to, to participate in a barista championship, to be able to create jobs, to be able to, set up their own companies. Some of them have opened their own cafes. If you go to cities like Nairobi, Kigali, there's so many cafes that are, emerging. And this is because of the training we're giving them. Then lastly, of course, is the role of having these platforms of dialogue with the government partners, like what we're doing today, the High Policy Forum, which was going to be held next month, not in 3 weeks, is also a platform to get the policy guys, private sector, the development partners, all on one platform to be able to discuss some of these solutions. So it's a multi-sector kind. I mean, it's a sort of a multifaceted approach to get all the people together to be able to implement these innovative solutions. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for really broadening the spectrum and the perspective beyond digital innovation and digital technologies. And almost as if we would have prepared that, you had said a couple of very important keywords that I want to quickly pick up. As Jason has introduced earlier with the video, the UNIDO Solutions platform really carries a lot of that notion in it to say, we as UNIDO, we want to become more multi-stakeholder aware and proactive. We want to, in a more proactive manner, work with private sector, whether that's Italian knowledge partners such as Ili Lavazza, but importantly, and maybe even more important, if we're talking about solutions, implementing them in Ethiopia, that is the Ethiopian private sector, which with Abdallah on the panel and yesterday with many more individuals in the workshop, I think we're trying to change the way and be more inclusive, also when it comes to private sector, when it comes to policymakers, when it comes to authorities, when it comes to international organizations, as part of this solution-first multi-stakeholder collaboration mindset. And Chiara, maybe handing over to you. You've been a key part of putting this solution together before yesterday and then of yesterday's conversation. How do you sort of say, what difference is there in it for you that you've observed, to say, from the way we used to do things to the way we try to do more things, to be a bit more tangible, maybe a bit more innovative, inclusive, more of the private sector? Some takeaways maybe from your side.
Thanks, Bernard. Thanks a lot to everyone for being here. I'm very pleased to speak on behalf of my organization in Ethiopia, not only about coffee, of course, not only because we all know that is the place that gifted the world with the love, the beverage we all love, but it's also where UNIDO started this coffee journey already 10 years ago. So I can say that many things have changed, but since then, the first and foremost activity that UNIDO did was to place itself as a leading organization in well structuring a dialogue about really a diverse plethora of multi-stakeholder actors. So what we wanted to do since then is really to maximize the impact, aligning the strategy of the member states, so the Coffee Authority, which has been always very strong and committed to support us, involving also the private sector here from the perspective of the producing countries, but also from the perspective of the consuming countries. So this is why we brought on board a technical partner, knowledge partner, that were not meant to be just a partner as usual, let me say. We both for them just a place in the project origination. We didn't work, sometimes UNIDO has worked in this way, and I cannot say it's wrong, but sometimes we work for structuring the value chain, and then we find the private sector just as a market outlet partner. But no, we thought about bringing on board the private sector partner just for addressing and for advising, for coaching also the coffee producing countries, under also the umbrella of international organizations like ICO, and now also with the Inter-African Coffee Organization. So what I want really to stress about is the solution is very important, but the process to reach the solution that qualifies it truly. So it's a momentum on coffee. UNIDO has been entrusted since 10 years to date by the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to develop these transformative projects that have been mentioned. I don't want to repeat myself, but the first coffee training center, which really created a new generation of coffee brewer, cupper, and roaster, that are the first ambassador of the quality, the inner quality of their coffee. There could not be Illy or Lavazza to come here and promote the coffee out abroad, worldwide. But now are the Ethiopia themselves. So we thought about solutions like the Coffee Training Center and also the Coffee for Circular Economy Center that we created also with another multi-stakeholder platform of partners, has really game changers that empower the coffee producing countries themselves. Again, I think it's a momentum, as mentioned by the ambassador. All we have developed at a small scale, let's say, but always with just really the strong commitment and engagement of the counterpart, it's now getting bigger because we have been entrusted for formulating and designing this continental project to really tackle a lot of issues that have been mentioned. So the research issue, the compliance issue, the social component issue, because we have also always to remember how many smallholders are really structuring the backbone of the coffee industry in Africa, and also the value addition component, the regenerative agriculture component, and we are structuring this new initiative with the participation and we really with a strong engagement of IACO, really to think about a transformative approach on how to maximize really the partnership of all these stakeholders, not to be neglected also the academia partner, research bodies, and research institute worldwide and in the producing countries, really to make the coffee industry from now on profitable for the industry itself, but also prosperous for the farmers and also sustainable for the planet. Thank you.
No, thank you. So you've described a number of specific solutions initiative that, of course, have to be started somewhere, have to be run somewhere, right? And Ethiopia being a long-standing and trusted partner of ours in the domain of coffee as well. We're now sort of say looking to this step of learning from here, trying things out that work well, such as the coffee training center, such as maybe piloting now one of these digital solutions to address the needs and demands that UDR puts forward. So this concept of act local, think global, right? That can maybe be a good segue, Miguel, over to you, right? Because with the International Coffee Organization, we have, so to say, not only the experts for coffee in Ethiopia and Africa with us and in this initiative, but also on a global perspective. So what would you see if we go back to this notion of UDR as a specific example? Again, we don't need to stick to this, but well-meaning regulations that have a positive intention, but then can create struggles on a local perspective. If we try to abstract what we've discussed now from an Ethiopian and African perspective to a global perspective, what are learnings, insights, or observations that from the ICO you could share with us on that?
Thank you. I think that as the International Coffee Organization, we are formed both by producing countries and consuming countries, and that creates a very unique opportunity. From the producing country side, over 93% of all of the coffee produced in the world is represented at the ICO as a member. And from the consuming side, it's more than 2/3 of all of the coffee consumed in the world, including the European Union. Using this example of UDR, I see that there are key learnings around the involvement that coffee needs to have when these regulations are created. I think that has been a major learning that coffee needs to have a seat at the table when this process is happening. And I am optimistic with initiatives such as the one that the Ambassador Palese was describing of the G7, that is putting coffee as a strategic value chain for the G7. So this is a key step of the work of many organizations that have been involved with the creation of a global sustainability and resilience fund that could hopefully help us with all of that we talked earlier, those investments on research, on technology, on knowledge, on innovation, that can bring both the private sector with innovative blended finance solutions with the funds that already the public sector is investing. Public and private sector have been for many years investing in a lot of projects, but now this fund creates an opportunity to coordinate those efforts better, to identify better solutions, technologies, the ones that we are discussing now, to try to coordinate our efforts more effectively, and then scale up solutions. And I think that that keyword solution presents a lot of opportunities for us in the future. We need to address the challenges that UDR is bringing. So right now, technology creates as a great tool, but we need to think about what comes next. How coffee is at the table when the next regulation is created that's going to affect farmers. How do we have the evidence to show the impact the great impact that coffee has for the economies, but the great impact that it has on the environment already, and how these technologies can be scaled up all over the world. So governments, cooperatives, and farmers have the necessary information, the necessary tools, and necessary data to make better decisions. So I think it's a combination of approaching this as a key learning, thinking about the future, and seeing all of these amazing opportunities that these solutions can bring for the next regulations, but also to make better decisions later on at different levels from producer, cooperative, and government.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this is also reflecting yesterday how a large part of the conversation yesterday was around all the different challenges that are involved, right? We have solutions, but you can't just go about implementing the solution, it's going to fix it all, right? We're talking about complex international regulation. We're talking about climate change. We're talking about social issues. We're talking about sustainable development overall. Many, it's not dozens of issues and challenges. It's literally in the hundreds. So my takeaway from yesterday, and then I would maybe ask the round of panelists for a succinct sort of the closing statement of each of you in a positive spirit and outlook, right? How can we go about implementing solutions to address this plethora, this multitude of issues and challenges that we're having? My takeaway is it needs concrete, specific action, and we won't be able to answer and resolve all the issues and concerns and questions that are there. That's why you need to have an agile mindset. You need to build a prototype. You need to pilot it. You need to test it. You need to learn. You need to adjust. You need to tweak. But it's extremely important to have a seat at the table, to be there, to do something. And I think Ethiopia is in a great position to be that thought leader and that front runner in that domain. And then we tweak and we adjust and we have conversations and align with the European Union and so on as we go along. So that's my key takeaway. But I would be very curious to hear from all of you. Chiara, should we just start with you and then go down the line?
Yeah, I think that is it working? Yeah, I think now it works. I think that yesterday was a very good example. Let me say, I think we don't need nothing specific. We have it all. We yesterday were able to put on the same table really the main stakeholder, the people that have a voice on it, the solution provider, UNIDO, and the other international organization that works as an honest broker, just bridging, consolidating, and really acting as a probably accelerator of this transformation needed. So probably what we need is just to keep talking, because again is the process that qualifies the solution we will reach about it. And if we reach this first level, Ethiopia is very open, as always has demonstrated in the last years, to pilot this initiative here in the country for specific regulation and compliance. We can upgrade then and look really at regional level, and why not global. Miguel, over to you.
Yeah, I think also specifically thinking about International Coffee Organization, the result from this pilot that we implement in Ethiopia, we can bring it to our members globally, but also to our member, the European Union, and try to have those discussions with the competent authorities that will be in charge of making sure that the UDR is implementing correctly. These are key people in key competent authorities work country by country, Germany, Italy, France, the Netherlands, which we have been in discussions already with them to educate them about coffee, because they have to oversee a lot of different products, but also later on have discussions about what evidence needs to be shown and will work to be able to show compliance with UDR, to have more of those technical discussions that we can be clearer that we will be in compliance if we do all of the necessary steps. I think that one of the frustrations through this process has been that a lot of technical questions didn't have quite an answer. We're getting more to that point where we have the guidelines and the new FAQs, but now we need to go talk about more specificities with the competent authorities about how a pilot like this will bring those solutions that we need, or how things will need to evolve or change to be able to show that evidence. So I think that's for us is a next step.
Maybe from my view, I think EUDR will prepare us to address climate change. And I don't necessarily mean in the scope of doing EUDR compliance itself. What I do think it's done is it's brought, an understanding of these challenges. It's created a global understanding of the complexity of these supply chains and of making change within them. So when I think about kind of the moment in time we are in, it's that EUDR is not the finish line, but what we learn along the way will be what we use towards creating a world without hunger and creating a world that is much more adaptable and resilient to climate change.
Thank you. From my point of view, I think what we saw with these new regulations is that we needed to rally and give a response. But the main issue is that there is absolutely no question that technology and digitization will not only allow us to solve this current question of EUDR, but it will also allow us to, as Robert said, to see different things for the future. So there is no disagreement with that. The issue that we had yesterday, as we were discussing, that became very clear, and I think as we discuss in a continent-wide basis, is that we need an architecture of how the steps to be done is taken. For example, there is data on farmers being taken. How is that going to be protected? How is that going to be held? And who is going to hold it? And how is that going to be monetized? Beyond the fact that we are going to hopefully help the farmer withstand different risks. I have to say that there is, in the last 1 year, a lot of rallying has been done. I'm extremely proud of the work that the Coffee and Tea Authority has done. Basically, they have given us the calmness that Ethiopia is not deforested. There's only a very minute amount in question. We're virtually 100% deforestation free. So if that is the case, then what we need is the architecture and the structure of how we do the paperwork, how we do use the technology to get the final approval and the confirmation to our EU buyers that we are doing things in the right way and protecting our farmers. But also, I'm seeing a lot of young people rallying, writing software and trying to respond to this question in Ethiopia. So the digital and software part is not just happening from the outside in, but there's a lot of these activities brewing inside, and our institutions are on top of it. And I think we just need to create a structure of how to manage this situation.
I think Abdallah's said what I wanted to say, but I'll just add, Ethiopia is the ideal country for this pilot. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to consider the local resources that are here. I mean, they already have the data. They know what they're the best placed people on the coffee. The origin of coffee is here, so nobody can teach them about coffee. What we need, the competent authority has to be government. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Data has to be controlled by the Ministry of Agriculture, ECTA structure, or Ministry of Technology. What is needed now is these new technologies could be blended in with what is existing. As I say, as Abdallah mentioned, if Ethiopia has added on its forest cover, so we don't need to come up with a whole new software. We just need to, add a bit of it. We could set up a unit, work on this thing. Now, from the continental perspective, once the Ethiopian pilot is successful, then we can roll it over to the other producing countries. Two of the countries produce nearly 80% of the African exports, Ethiopia and Uganda. So if you get it right in Ethiopia, you've got 80% of the market. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very, very much. And maybe just to recap in one sentence, I think the key takeaway might be we need to rally, we need to pilot, build, test successful innovations, scale them, and we need to keep talking. Looking at the time, we also need to stop talking, unfortunately. So with this, I would really like to thank all of the panelists. Please, a big round of applause. And handing over to Jason.
So, conscious that we are going into the coffee break, but I would ask for 1 more minute. First of all, big round of applause to all of our panelists, to all of our speakers. I also want to say a thank you to Andre as well, who's allowed us to use this as a good pilot case. So I think what we've seen this morning is this is how we can come together. Every one of you in this room has a role to play, whether it's from the private sector, academia, foundations, from the donor community, beneficiaries. I think we all know there are solutions, and this really demonstrates all of the community coming together. We see it as a challenge. We know there's a solution. I think by coming together and developing these partnerships, we can really achieve those things together. And with that, just one very quick announcement. We are here about a world without hunger. There is a call for action. From this, we talk about coffee, but we can also extend it to many other supply chains, etc. There is a new initiative that's being launched. A world without hunger is possible. This invites all of us, the entire community as partners, private sector, to join UNIDO, the investors, the IFIs, and all of our partners to develop impactful programs like what we've just heard about today to fight hunger and support food systems transformation at scale. Knowledge sharing, co-creation, and coordination are absolutely fundamental in this initiative. So my last comment is what you've heard today, please join us, bring your initiatives next. We don't stop and start here. It's just the beginning. So once again, thank you everybody today. It's much appreciated. And now hopefully we can go and enjoy the coffee break and the rest of the conference.
The session is held today to showcase the vital role of UNIDO's investment and technology promotion network in fostering global investment and technological advancements and to contribute to eradicating hunger. Today's session aims to bring to focus the various services and projects undertaken by UNIDO's Investment and Technology Promotion Offices, short ITPOs. We love abbreviations in the UN, so please get used to that. Through the informative pitches of our heads of various ITPOs, the session will highlight also specific strategies and successful initiatives that promote agribusiness. Today's session also aims to further the collaboration, illustrate effective investment promotion techniques, and explore future opportunities for scaling up. With this, I'm pleased to give the floor to Ms. Fatou Haidara. She's our Deputy to the Director General and the Managing Director of the Directorate of Global Partnerships and External Relations of UNIDO. And she's taking good care of the ITPOs at headquarters, so we're pleased to have you with us.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very happy and it's an honor for me to be with my colleagues, heads of ITPOs, and you to talk about how the UNIDO and how the ITPOs can contribute to ending hunger. I think yesterday, when the moderator asked if a world without hunger is possible, the response from the room was yes, it's possible. And the study conducted by UNIDO FAO also concluded that it's possible. But, so investment, innovation, technology is one of the buts. What are the conditions to make sure that we as a global community, we can end hunger? UNIDO has many operations, but the one that is gathering us today is a network of innovation, technology, investment, promotion offices throughout the world. I would not say which cities, 10 of them. They will be coming at this stage later on to present what they are doing. So I will not disclose that for the time being. But what I would like to highlight here is the importance of investment. The partnership with private sector is key in achieving the challenges we are facing today. And this will be part of our discussion this afternoon. When we talk about industrial development, for us at UNIDO, we talk about a process that involves many actors, many partners, and a process that is holistic. It starts with at the policy level. It's also about strengthening the institutions to be able to implement the strategies that are put in place. And then we come to the concrete inputs that we can have from the offices that will be presenting their work to you to showcase how UNIDO contributes to the global investment scene by leveraging the variety of skills, capacities, and the many contacts that the ITPOs have. As I said, industrial development is a process. It involves fostering partnerships. It involves supporting innovation. I think this is also something that was highlighted yesterday by the Director General of UNIDO, that we need to support innovation, create opportunities for economic growth and sustainable development on a global scale. The presentation made yesterday by FAO through this study also shows not only that a world without hunger is possible, but also how much do we need, what do we need, what are the means to make it happen. From my understanding of all the speeches since yesterday, there is something that come over again, is fostering partnerships. No organization alone can face this global challenge. Actually, we also all agree yesterday that this is one of the most pressing challenges that the humanity is facing. If you take, I mentioned the ITPOs as a network, because when we take them together, they bring an immense specialized capacity that can be deployed to further strengthen the mission and the objective of the big conference. So the presentation that you will be hearing from my colleagues would be how we will contribute as ITPO network to achieving a world without hunger. I'm sure that you are not here only to listen to my introductory remarks, but mainly to hear from the ITPOs in concrete terms what they are doing, what they have done so far. Just to give you an idea, it's not a meeting to report on their work because we do that among ourselves. But today it's mainly to tell you how concretely they provide concrete opportunities, they provide concrete solutions to ending hunger in the world. So I will stop here by thanking all of you for being here, and I wish successful discussions, interaction with my colleagues, which I'm very pleased to be leading and working with. So thank you and congratulations for what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haidara, for setting the stage and for, in a way, whetting our appetite, let's call it. Today, we want to embrace a pitch style format, very modern, instead of traditional presentations. Why? First of all, we had to accommodate 10 speakers for an hour. So we had to make some cuts and came up with this idea. And the advantage of a pitch is that it's concise, it's impactful, and it's designed to get right to the heart of an idea. So we want you as an audience to walk away with very core insights into what the ITPOs are able to do, and best ideas delivered in a format that is energizing after all these long conference days that we've had. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin our journey to 10 locations across 8 countries. Welcome on board. Fasten your seatbelts. Put your seats into an upright position. And we will have Mr. Shin from ITPO Seoul in Korea to lead our way. Please, Mr. Shin.
Good afternoon. I'm Meng Ho-shin from ITPO Korea. I would like to introduce one of the main UNIDO events organized alternately by ITPO's global call. The event is award ceremonies that recognize private companies with innovative technologies in specific industry sectors. Initiated in 2020 by ITPO Italy, it has since been hosted by ITPO Germany, ITPO Shanghai, ITPO Beijing. The theme of the global call is selected through the consultation between ITPO and UNIDO headquarters. This year, ITPO Korea has the honor of hosting Global Call 2024 under the guidance of UNIDO headquarters and with the support of other ITPOs. We have chosen food tech as a theme of this year's global call. The event will be held, take place on 21st November in Seoul, Korea. We selected this theme because we believe that the innovative enterprises in the food tech sector utilizing AI, digitalization, and other advanced technologies will play a significant, important role in solving all the problems faced by global food systems. ITPO Korea has received applications worldwide, and finally, we have 228 submissions from 55 countries. I'm very much impressed that 77 applications came from Africa. 17 countries will receive 18 UNIDO Director General's awards, and 8 of these companies are coming from developing countries, and 5 in particular are from African countries. This outcome highlights the significant advancements in the food tech within developing countries, and it shows the potential of this food tech sector to address pressing food system challenges. Actually, Korean government and private sectors regard the food tech as one of the new engines for economic development, and so I hope that all the governments and private sectors take much attention to the importance and the potential of this food tech sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shin. Whatever you prefer. Thank you for taking the pilot seat first. Next up, we have Mrs. Fumio Adachi. Thank you, Mrs. Adachi, for being here with us today. She is the head of ITPO Japan.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Jessica. The mission of my office is to bridge Japanese companies and partner countries using Japanese technologies on business space. And for that purpose, we have a supporting tool called STEP, Sustainable Technology Promotion Platform. It is a database listing up Japanese technologies. It is usable for developing countries to solve their own social programs, and including technologies related to agriculture and food, such as materials to replace asphalt or concrete, to build roads in the countryside, including farming areas, and also technologies to replace charcoals with wasted food. And yesterday we visited one of Ethiopian companies, and we found that they introduced several Japanese technologies, and one of them was step-registered technologies. It's a small technology to measure moisture contained in roasted coffee bean, but it is very important for them because they export all their high quality coffee beans, and they have to show the exact moisture contained in the roasted coffee beans to prove quality is very high. And this year, we started another new project, a vocational training with a boarding school exactly in Addis. And the boarding school at the boarding school, disadvantaged children live together, and the school provide wide-ranging vocational trainings for their future. And this step-registered technology is not related to food or agriculture, but it is functional sanitary shorts for women. And we invited school teachers to Japan and trained them to show how to sew such functional shorts. And they went back to Addis. And now several sewing machines arrived at the school. And yesterday, the school principal came to see me and said, "Thank you. Now sewing machines arrived. So they will start vocational training at the school for 100 school children. Most of them are girls, and he continued that the techniques they will acquire will surely support their life in their future life. So my conclusion is step register technology not all related to food or agriculture, but seeing school teachers or actually, yeah, we introduced many step register technologies to ambassadors living in Japan, and they also liked this shorts. They said they want to introduce these shorts to their country because many school children can't go to school for a certain period every month, so they lost educational chances. So I realized that not technologies related to food or agriculture can surely contribute to world without hunger. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Fumio, for these interesting insights. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Hashim Hussein on stage. Hashim is one of, yeah, the most long-standing ITPO heads out.
Thank you. Well, um, we have been established in 1996, ITPO, to join the ITPO network, but we have been mandated to develop inflow investment and outflow investment. And this was kind of unique within the ITPOs at that time. So we have to start to work on what we call domestic investment, especially in developing countries, to enhance the ecosystem for startups of small and medium enterprises. So we came with the famous program, the IDIP, or the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion, as you see here. It is into 3 stages: pre-incubation to prepare a startup company, business counseling to develop a bankable project, which include technology, provision, and then access to finance. Then we go to incubation, that we want to ensure, especially if we're talking about industry, that we have a place where we'll start manufacturing or do agro processing. Then it could be virtual also, that they could be anywhere, but we provide them mentoring and counseling to grow, to be sustainable. Then we go to the last stage, which is post-incubation, that they're there in the market. This have led us to develop a very interesting program called Agropreneurs. How to support entrepreneurs in the agro business, either in farming or agro processing. Today, I have 2 models or 2 examples of entrepreneurs, one from Sudan, Mr. Fadil Makboul, who has a company called Plants. He started as a small company, but today He's been working and now is investing even in Rwanda. He's going tomorrow, after tomorrow, to Rwanda to develop farms with small farmers. We have also Mr. Alexander Nema from Lebanon. He's also one of our agropreneurs. Alexander, he is a herbal doctor, and we help him to develop a factory for herbal products. And now it's one of the leading companies in the Arab region to agro processing. This have led us to develop a bigger program with the League of Arab States to develop an agro entrepreneurs center to support the 22 Arab countries by bringing technologies, doing research with Arab researchers and universities to enhance small farmers. It is today in Lebanon, in south of Lebanon, called Iqlim al-Kharroub. They're using the same modality of ITIP, but they are our arm on what we call agropreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hussein. Thank you. I would like now to invite Mr. Steltemeyer, Rolf Steltemeyer, head of ITPO Germany, to the stage. Please join me in welcoming him. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Ms. Haidara, and of course, Ms. Shu, for having this session. It's very good to have it because it's very important that the ITPO are a very important part of the UNIDO work of the work. It's given me a great pleasure to be here today and talk on ITPO Germany's work and efforts in promoting sustainable agribusiness investment in developing countries. Our mandate of ITPO Germany is to mobilize responsible and impactful investments and facilitate the transfer on green technologies from Germany and Europe to countries in sub-Saharan Africa and in other parts of the world. One of our flagship activities is the delegate program. These delegate programs provide private sector participants from countries of the global south with tailored agendas for visits to trade fairs and companies, as well as for pre-arranged business meetings, investment seminars, and conferences in Germany. In 23 and 24, for example, we organized delegate programs for more than 60 participants from over 16 countries. For example, in May, we held a delegate program on waste management IFAD fair in Munich with participants from more than 11 countries. All these contributes to our efforts to connect companies from Africa with European and German businesses and to strengthen the delegates' network of contacts with investors and technology providers. Private sector missions are another key initiative complementing our delegate programs. Private sector missions give Germany and Europe and European companies the opportunity to be part of sector-specific or cross-sectoral delegations in sub-Saharan Africa. For example, in 23 and 24, we brought over 30 companies from the energy, agribusiness, and food processing sectors to Western Africa. We recently returned from Somalia, where we supported the first international conference on agri-value chain investment. Alongside ITPO Italy, we brought 7 companies specializing in agriculture solutions. Thank you to Italy, and it shows that we are really a great network and we're working together very closely. There are so many waste potentials on the African continent, especially in the agri sector. I believe that technology transfer and investment in water management, food storage, and food processing can help to address food insecurity while creating sustainable jobs. Promoting sustainable agribusiness investments in developing countries can make a real difference. Last but not least, the cooperation with the private sector is for me the backbone of any sustainable development in the global south. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rolf, for your elaborations. I hope you're not dizzy yet with all the pick up and landing. We will next have Mr. Wu, traveling to China, Beijing office. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. As you may know, China feeds 20% of the global population with only 7% of its world land. So I think from the practice of China, we can learn a lot of the feasible and the practical paths that could help developing countries, especially African countries. At ITPO Beijing, we divided our job of investment and technology promotion into 4 stages. First, we discover the sustainable technologies through various international competitions, of course, including our global core, the flagship competition of UNIDO, to judge the project's viability of technical. Second, we identify by display or roadshow those technologies at China's top international fairs to test its market feasibility. Third, we evaluate to make sure those projects have its accessibility and affordability for the global source. We invited them to settle in our UNIDO Fourth Industrial Revolution accelerators in Hangzhou for free and try to provide them the incubation services. The last and the most important part is implement. We hold matchmaking activities to help the technology holders to talk with the investors, industry parks, and the local governments IPAs. So we firmly believe that a world without hunger is possible, but it needs to be realized through the whole agri-food value chain, that is from farm to fork. So let's see what we have in our pockets, what technologies we have. First one, smart agriculture. Among our partners in China, we have the largest agriculture drone manufacturer. By AI technology, one person, one day, they can sow, fertilize, and spray pesticide on 200 acres. And if we have the crops, how could we cook? You know, at present, in most of the African countries, even in villages in remote areas in Africa, they have already installed the solar power pedal, but they only generate the direct current. Right? You couldn't use it by your household appliance directly. So one of our award-winning technology in Global Core 2023, they developed a DC electrical appliance, including the cookers and refrigerators. So with the help of ITPO Beijing, they have established a factory in Ardis. I think the enterprise representative is already here in our room. So Shenzhen Xiangyang, where are you? Ah, yes. If you have interest, you can make a contact with him. And the third, the water. You couldn't cook without water, right? So another awarded solution, the water from air technology, they can provide a solution. They can have the drinkable water from our environment, even in the desert in Africa. And they can produce 20 liters of water per day, drinkable, but only the machine, the smallest machine, is only weight for 18 kilograms. And they can build water plant with a daily output of more than 500 tons. So they are now currently deployed in the refugee camp in Kenya. Next, storage. According to the statistics, 13% of the food is lost at various stages of the supply chain globally. So we have a ultra high-speed freezing technology. It can increase the freezing speed by more than 100 times, and it can reserve the freshness of the food, of course. And you know, a fish, they can even return to life after it's frozen. So if you can imagine that a village, if it produced the lychees or bananas, you know, those kind of easily rotten fruits, they can easily with this machine, and then they can sell the fresh fruit at a much higher price off season. We have a lot of technology more than that, but I will end this because I see Jessica is there. So this is the methodology of Beijing. Welcome to our accelerator to fund and looking for the technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wu. Unfortunately, I have to announce that at this point, we might get hungry because you were talking so much about food, but we don't have any food on the plane today. Um, don't be disappointed. We're leaving China for now, but we will be back in China, in Shanghai, in a moment. I would like now ask ITPO Moscow, Russia, Mr. Koshin, please to join us on stage. A warm applause for Mr. Koshin, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, ITPO colleagues, today we confront one of the most pressing challenges of our time, global hunger. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations, over 800 million people worldwide suffer from hunger, and this number is projected to reach 1 billion by 2030. Simultaneously, 33% of the Earth's land is a risk of the desertification, affecting around 2 billion people. These alarming statistics underscore the urgent need for coordinate and effective actions to ensure food security and sustainable land management. UNIDA ITPO office in Russia shares this focus with a deep commitment to addressing food security and fighting hunger in developing nations. We are currently working on an ambitious new program through our Moscow office, set to launch in 2025, with the support of the Russian government. I would like to highlight our collaboration with Fosagro, one of the world's largest producer of phosphate fertilizers, supplying over 30 million tons annually. Fosagro fertilizers have been instrumental of increasing wheat yields by 20%, 20%, maize by 25%, and other crops by 50%. The recent project aims to improve soil fertility and crop productivity in regions severely affected by hunger and poor agricultural practices. Additionally, we are joined by representatives from Astro Engineering Technologies and Utera, who's here with us. Companies specializing in geoinformation and environmental solutions. Utera technologies enable precise monitoring and management of land resource through satellite imagery and drone technology. The project has successfully reduced the rate of desertification in target region by 15% and increased crop yields in restored areas by 20%. These advancements are crucial for preserving arable land, maintaining ecological balance, and ensuring long-term food security. The synergy between UNIDA, Fosagra, and Utera creates a powerful framework for combating hunger and preventing desertification. Our combined efforts focused on implementing advanced agricultural technologies and sustainable farming methods, organizing joint training program for farmers and agricultural specialists to adopt new cultivation techniques and sustainable practice, developing infrastructure for the storage and transportation of products, fertilizers, and sustainable technologies, initiating projects that preserve soil fertility, reducing erosion by 40%, and decrease greenhouse gas emission by 25% through sustainable land management practices. Our collaboration directly supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, practically goal number 2 and goal 15, ensuring sustainable and productivity agriculture is a key factor in reducing hunger levels, in improving the quality for life of millions of people worldwide.
Thank you so much. Thank you. From Moscow to Lagos, I would like to introduce to you Mrs. Abimbola Olufore. Warm applause. So, my distinguished directors, our DDG and Special Representative to Africa, Ms. Haidara Fatu, and Ms. Lubishu, our Head and Director of the ITPO network, my fellow heads of offices, delegates, partners, and esteemed guests. Good afternoon. And on behalf of ITPO Nigeria, situated in Lagos, I welcome you all to this World Without Hunger conference. And subsequently, probably all of us would be achieving a world without hunger, without conference at the end, because that is the impacts that we hope to achieve. So as Africa's largest economy, Nigeria stands at a crucial intersection of challenge and opportunity, especially when it comes to the global food security. Our recent achievements in ITPO Nigeria pretty much underscores the transformative power of strategic partnerships and collaboration, which we have witnessed over, I think, our almost 4 years now in existence, as well as leveraging technology in agribusiness and seeing what that transforms into for our enterprises, our businesses, and our young founders. We have successfully facilitated a 1.78 billion naira investment. This comes to about over $1 million in 200 greenhouses that are going to be established in Nigeria across our 3 geopolitical zones. And this unlocks probably about 3,000 jobs for young people, and they can be trained, and this process can be accelerated, especially when it comes to the training and the implementation and execution of this greenhouse within 3 months. And harvest cycle can be seen, probably 4 cycles of harvest annually to address our food security situation. Also, in addressing post-harvest losses, which was put at about 12 billion, and I think that's going to be, you can do the math, I think that's going to be probably about $12 million annually. We have been instrumental to policy position by the government, working with our donor to establish what we call the Secured Agriculture Commodity Transport and Storage Corridor. And this initiative pretty much underpins what will translate into over 100,000 jobs in Nigeria at execution, as well as groundbreaking framework that aims to revolutionize the agriculture sector. So in creating the jobs, it's also going to save about $37 million in foreign exchange annually, because importation will be curbed, and 12 billion annually, as initially alluded to, food losses, especially post-harvest losses, because when it comes to storage solutions and tech, especially like cold chain storage for agriculture and the agriculture logistics, there's so much to do. And a lot of our ITPO colleagues have seen this in Nigeria. Nigeria pretty much reflects what happens in other African countries. And if we can achieve this in Nigeria, it's easily, we can replicate it in other African countries and help to end, as much as we can, hunger in the regions that we touch. We've made significant strides also in investment facilitation, working with our technical cooperation teams, the IAT team. And in the last 8 months, we have profiled over 100 businesses. Of these, we've profiled about 50 agriculture businesses. And on the Invest in ACP portal, which we have, you can go to the portal, the URL is on the slide. We have 14 agro businesses uploaded to the portal that are investment ready and visible globally. So this time around, we have opportunities in Nigeria that are not bound by geographical limitations, because investors globally can see these opportunities, look to see what technology they can, synergies in technology that can be applied, as well as investments, be it from seed investment to equipment funding, or even actual, venture capitalist investments that can be attracted to these opportunities. ITPO Nigeria serves as a vital bridge between international investors, technology providers, and local opportunities. Our work with the SATC initiative is, we're
even though it's at execution phase for the country, we are using the recommendations that we have given to government. We are applying that to the advice that we're giving the businesses so that when this is implemented, our businesses are not just waiting for government policies to be implemented, they are ready to move. So as we discuss the solutions for a world without hunger here at this conference, I invite you to explore what we are doing in Nigeria, especially in the agriculture sector. There's a lot that we can speak to in other sectors, but Jessica wants us to speak only to agriculture and she's policing me right now. And so I'll just rush to say that within the network that we have, the ITP network, and within the frameworks that we have worked on, collaborating with several colleagues of the ITPO, like ITPO Vision, and ITPO Germany as well. At the onset, we did some work together. We want one thing to happen as a network. We want our impact to be felt individually and collectively. And the way we can do this is leveraging this network that we have to see that there's a convergence between the SDG goals and our current reality. If today we have hunger as our current reality and the SDG goals is a world without hunger, we want to see that converge because we may not be able to hit it bullseye, but that convergence should translate into the successes that we record for ourselves.
Thank you,
We
Bibi.
can do that, and it's all about impact. Thank you for listening.
Beautifully
And
said. Thank you so much. It's actually not me policing you. The gate is closing. The airline wants to take off, and I hope you all have a miles and more card because we're traveling back to China, all the way from Lagos to Shanghai. Please welcome with me Ms. Xiaolei Zhao from the head of ITPO Shanghai. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Fatu Hadara, Ms. Lobisu, and distinguished guests, it's my honor to be here present ITPO Shanghai to see and to answer the very important question, how we can build a bridge to gap between technology and investment. So this is a much important question we are facing today. And just like Ms. Fatu Hadara, she is addressed. What is the tangible? What is the much solid things we can do? So my answer is ITPU network. We can provide a lot of tangible and physical practices can help our companies, especially business sector and private sector, can working together. So today we have limited 2 minutes to let me address how. So my words is 3. I have 3 keywords. First keyword is let's meet together. So today's conference is the initiate for World Without Hunger. It's possible. Why? Because we meet together. Second sentence I would like to address is we need to partnership. And today, within our ITPO Shanghai delegation, we are very happy. We have Mr. Miguel from the EU Chamber, and also he is the ambassador of the World Small and Medium-Sized Union, Media Company Union. So we think this time is just much important than ever. We should establish our partnership within China, within Shanghai, and across the world. So we should involve all the power, all the resources to create what is the possible solutions to ending hunger. So that is the second thing. And the third thing is also very important because UNIDO is focusing on small and medium-sized companies. These small and medium-sized companies, they are lacking of stage to be seen. They are lacking of stage to be listened. So I think we, ITPU network, should gathering together to provide such kind of stage to let them to be seen to be listened. So that's why ITPO Shanghai, we have launched a initial ATIP. We called it World Industrial Innovative Technology and Cooperation Platform. So currently, we are proud to see more than 500 companies, solutions, they are registered. So they registered for what? They register for meet together, stew off together, and let to be seen, let to be heard. So like this morning, we met in entrepreneurship, especially from this SLB, a young lady. She is trying to make banana leaf to be replace the paper. So that's wonderful idea. And she is heading to us. Can China, can Shanghai, any company can provide this machinery to helping her idea to make the banana leaf into paper? I said, okay, ITPO Shanghai would like to meet these companies in China, in Shanghai, the machinery companies to let them provide such kind of solutions. So then we have already made a plan to visit Shanghai, to visit China, to find if somebody can make her dream come to true. So today I'm so inspired. Then we have the stage to let us meet, to let us talk, to let us know what are the real requirement, real needs. So I'm very proud to invite you, everybody, to come to China, to come to Shanghai, and we can share what we can find a real solution to make the dream come to true. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your inspiring pitch. Next up, we're traveling from Shanghai into the capital of Germany to Berlin. Please welcome with me the representative of the office in Berlin. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here as a guest of the Conference of Ethiopia and of Africa. And the title of the conference we are participating is A World Without Hunger is Possible. And the last part is the most important to me. It's already possible and within reach. And we have in all our countries across the world the technology and the know-how to defeat hunger. But what the conference showed is we need more investment and more partnerships. And that is what we exactly do every day in our work, in our ITPO office, trying to facilitate exactly this. And let me please, and first congratulate my colleagues to their innovative approaches we could listen today in their fight for sustainable agri-innovations. In Germany, we have the comfortable situation to have 2 ITPO offices, and that allows us for a good division of labor. So I just briefly introduce what we are doing in Berlin. We have a strategic cooperation view to our government, to multinational companies compared to SMEs, and to business association. So with the government, we are in project cooperation, and we are jointly participating in projects or in leading agricultural conferences like the Green Week. We are initiating strategic partnerships with multinational companies. For example, today in the morning, Director General signed an MOU or a joint declaration with the Bayer company on sustainable agri-food systems. So we are going to have concrete projects in 2 pilot countries on seed production and supporting small farmer initiatives. We are also initiating strategic partnerships with business associations, for example, with the GIZ, the Big German Development Corporation, and with the German African Business Association to scale up our initiatives to be broader and have more effect. And we are also cooperating in trade fairs, for example, in the Adugna Food Tech. This is the world's largest trade fair for processing, another big issue we are trying to facilitate. And to make for local producer the access more easier to come to this technology, we are inventing now an Africa edition of the food tech to have the companies here directly address with these technologies. And last but not least, we want to showcase all these innovative approaches to the companies with our SDG Innovation Award. We give together with companies engaged in sustainability, with cities and municipalities, and with youth initiatives. And the winner last year was Illy Coffee, which is very present here in Ethiopia. And I think a lot of our colleagues could see the coffee training center here in Addis. So thank you very much. Vielen Dank. And I hope to see you soon in one of our offices.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Olaf Deutschbein, everyone. So we will stay on the European continent because we have to hurry. We're almost at the end of our pitching session. Last but not least, ITPO Italy, Dino Fortunato, representative of ITPO Italy, Rome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Jessica. Well, it is really a pleasure to join as the last speaker on this panel and to show what we are doing in ITPO Italy. Well, more or less all our colleagues from the rest of ITPOs stress the importance that is to promote investment, but also to link this technology and to foster tech innovation and showcase new solutions in order to promote solutions to eradicate and to provide a world without hunger. So actually in ITPO Italy, agribusiness is one of the sectors where Italy excels, and we are more than proud to bring solutions, ideas, technologies, and also expertise into developing countries, and especially here in Africa, to provide solutions in order to increase their productivity and to find, how to, let's say, to address many food security challenges. So here are just 4 clear examples to highlight our interventions. For example, to talk about Ethiopia, we were working to optimize the agriculture output through precision agriculture and efficiency water management, indeed through a project financed by the Ministry of Environment of Italy and with the counterpart of the Ministry of Environment of Ethiopia. We were addressing and we conclude this partnership, so concrete solutions between Soil and More in Ethiopia and Aster in Italy to provide this new technology for resource and smart farming and address the issue of water scarcity. Then, if we move to Lebanon, for example, in Lebanon, we are working also to twinning in expertise from Italy to the winemakers in the Bekaa Valley in order to increase their skill and then to enhance the quality of their product, and of course also to support them on great markets opportunities. This also was supported by financially from the Italian region, Friuli Venezia Giulia region, and then we are also in this twinning partnership joining with the academia. So the University of Udine from one side and the USEC University in Kalish in Lebanon to provide skill development for the winemakers in Lebanon. Then in Somalia, as our colleague from ITPO Germany said, we were supporting a lot of projects and initiatives. Recently, we were, together with ITPO Germany, also bringing the largest European delegation to Mogadishu to provide solutions to agro-business value chain. So we there, for example, we provide also this partnership with CASE CNH, Italy, and Galoge in Somalia to create also the partnership not only to support the farmers and also the local technicians and mechanics, but then we create and establish the CNH Academy that is a long-term project to provide insights to the farmers and to the technicians the management that they need even to repair and to maintain tractors that is essential for the agro value chains. And then as the last example, also in Iraq, we have been supporting many initiatives, and also here, thanks also to the support of the ITPO Bahrain through the DEEP program, we were supporting also agripreneurs there in, also in Iraq to build and support their capacity building and entrepreneurial skills for the Iraqi people. So all these projects illustrate how ITPO Italy and the entire ITPO network is building these power partnerships from one side, and then to facilitate investment. That is the key, facilitate investment together with the providing, the right technology to turn this idea into concrete action. And basically, all the ATPO network in a whole, this is a clear example of how we, a unique network in the whole UN system, we are, let's say, connecting the dots between the local needs, especially here in Africa, with the global expertise. And that is the powerful of this network, that we provide concrete solutions to address and then a world without hunger. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Dino, for your compelling pitch as well. Dear passengers, we have arrived at our final destination. Please remain seated. Don't get your luggage yet. We would like to give the floor to the audience and see if maybe one or the other ITPO partner would like to quickly introduce themselves and say a few words. We have maybe 3-4 minutes. Yes. I think there should be a microphone somewhere. Or do you want to? Does it matter? It's coming. Please introduce yourself shortly, and be as precise as possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Princess Adeyinka Tekena. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm here first as a delegate under the ITPO in Nigeria, UNIDO in Nigeria, which I came across for the first time last year at a pitch that I did. And that was my first opportunity to be in contact with the organization. But for me, as a female founder in Nigeria, one of the challenges we have is we want to scale up our businesses, but there are a lot of technical issues in getting our businesses investment ready. And one of the things or the privileges that I have enjoyed being under this organization is the fact that I was able to fill my IOP form, meaning that my company was profiled, and now I'm able to be on a platform that opens my business to investment. And the reason is because Nigeria does grow coffee. 95% of what Nigerians drink in coffee is imported into our borders. And what that means is local coffee farmers do not have access to market. And having been in this business for 10 years, one of the issues that I've had as a female founder is the opportunity to raise critical investment to scaling up our opportunity. And I believe that working with the ITPO organization in Nigeria will position me rightly for right investment that is not predatory. Because one of the challenges Nigerian female founders face is, for example, I was going to start my coffee roasting facility, and an investor wanted 60% of my company for $25,000. So those are some of the challenges we face. But I believe that being in an organization like this will open me to more credible investors and investment for the future of Nigerian coffee. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. Yes, please. Can you? Okay, we'll start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Gareth from Solar Round, Shenzhen. So our company is a manufacturer which producing the solar lighting, from solar lighting to solar system up to backup system, even for those cooling system like fridge and freezers using by solar. And also a potential product is irrigation system. This is our under innovation right now. I'm a freshman to Solar Round, so I cannot say too much about it, but I'm an old man to African continent right now because I'm based in Africa for more than 10 years since 2013. So I work based in this solar business since 2010. So it's almost like 14 years now. So anyone have any requirement like this cooling system or related items can come to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Just to let you know, there's also an ITPO booth down in the exhibition. So all these colleagues and all the delegates that we brought here can be met at the exhibition. And then there's a B2B matchmaking corner as well, where you could meet tomorrow, for example. We need to be a bit aware of the time. I would like to invite our delegate from ITPO Bahrain to quickly introduce himself, please.
Good evening. I will try to brief as much as possible. I'm Alexander Name. I'm from Lebanon. Basically, I'm aromatherapist and herbalist. I did my study in France, and then I back to Lebanon, and I have a dream to develop my family business. You know, when I did my study, I have no idea about management, about feasibility study, how to promote or how to develop your company and how to move step by step and to grow your ideas. Then I met Dr. Hashim and the team of UNIDO, ITPO Bahrain in Lebanon, and I start with them. We collaborate together to develop my ideas. I was selected later one of the three success entrepreneurs in the Arab countries, and these opportunities give me the second step to promote my idea in USA, in University of Berkeley in California, with UNIDO Bahrain and ITPO and Foundation of Intel Corporation. And now I'm lead one of the biggest company in the Middle East and MENA region in herbal supplements.
Round of
Honey,
applause.
yeah, thank you so much. And honey production, bees, and as well as in essential oil and basic oils. Lately, I signed a new contract with a company in Shenzhen, China, and we made a machine that it's purify water, vegetables, fruits, and meats. And now it's already done in market in Lebanon, and we try to promote it in the Arab countries.
Congratulations.
Next week, I will be in India to sign a new contract in herbal supplements with a lead companies, basically working in India, but it's in USA company. This is my short story. I try to be briefing
Thank you so much.
as I can. Thank you so much for Dr. Hashim. He gives us what we need, and now as by experience, I try to be not just an agripreneur. I try to be social entrepreneur. I try to help the small entrepreneurship in
Thank
Lebanon
you. Yeah, that's
to help
exactly
them
what we need.
to promote their idea.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much.
Great. We have time for one more, and I would like to invite the winner of the global call from Kenya to quickly introduce themselves, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Don Okoth. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Wavu. So Wavu is a platform that connects fish farmers with real-time inputs and also aggregate their demand. So in Kenya, we have this practice of fish for sex, actually for women, and it's been a practice that has been ongoing. So with this technology, we're able to bridge this particular gap. So I'll be very brief because of time. So I just wanted to say we've seen some promising traction. We currently do about 7.5 tons of fish weekly, and we've won the global award, which is thank you for the UNIDO team. And yes, please join me in wavu.blue to fight hunger by one fish at a time, serving one fish at a time. Thank you so much, and thank you for the warm welcome of Ethiopia. Thank you so
Wonderful.
much.
Congratulations again. As we wrap up, I would like to ask Ms. Luomeshu on stage. She's the director for the division of ITPOs and institutional partnerships, and she coordinates the work of the ITPO of the 10 offices at UNIDO headquarters. She has some final words for us and leave us inspired and ready for action. Please join me in welcoming the last speaker of the session, Ms. Shu, please.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues.
Thank you for your participation and also for your patience. My remarks will be very short. So first, I would like to thank you for the inspiring presentations by our ITPO heads and our colleagues. I know due to the time constraints, you can only share a very small part of your initiatives and practice, but your presentations have highlighted the impact of the UNIDO ITP network's efforts to connect technology with investment for sustainable development. From the short presentation, we have heard firsthand about the initiatives underway in different aspects, including promotion sustainable agricultural technology, reducing post-harvest losses, and building resilient agriculture and also precision agriculture. Each presentation underscores our shared commitment to fostering investment that encourage innovation, empower local communities, and sustainably transform agribusiness sectors. This mission is at the core of the ITP network's vision, a vision where technology and investment are the key and the bridge to tackling hunger and enhancing food security worldwide. This mission can only be accomplished with greater collaboration and also innovative private-public partnership. So here I would like to encourage all the friends present here today, investors, policymakers, and also innovators to consider how you can engage with and support these impactful initiatives. I believe all our ITPOs are willing to work closely with you. I also would like to invite all the friends present here today to follow the upcoming Global Core 2024 ceremony, which will be held in Seoul on November 21, which will showcase further opportunities to join force and drive further innovative solutions for critical issues in the global food system. It is our firm belief by strengthening our collaborations and amplifying our efforts, we can make a big strides towards creating a world free from hunger. Thank you all.
With this, we are closing the session. Just one more logistical information. There is a state dinner organized for VIPs and VVIPs. Your badge should indicate whether you are one of the lucky ones. If so, please proceed to the information desk where there will be transportation organized for you. And yes, once again, an invitation to connect with the ITPOs. We are again at the conference tomorrow down in the exhibition space, and you can look also up our activities on our social media channels or on our website. So please reach out, don't hesitate, and take that opportunity. Thank you so much. Photo?